Jaya Girivaradari. Jaya Gopijana Vallabha Jaya Girivaradari Jaya Girivaradari. Yasodanandana Bhaja Janaranjana Yasodanandana Bhaja Janaranjana Yamunadira Vanachari Chaya Kunya Bihari Yamunadira Vanachari Chaya Kunya Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunya Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunya Bihari Jaya Gopijana Vallabha Jaya Girivaradari Jaya Girivaradari Jaya Gopijana Vallabha Jaya Girivaradari Jaya Girivaradari Yasodanandana Bhaja Janaranjana Yasodanandana Bhaja Janaranjana Yamunadira Vanachari Chaya Kunya Bihari Yamunadira Vanachari Chaya Kunya Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunya Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunya Bihari. Will try my best. 8:15. Good. Thank
for delay. Festival.
Hare Krishna. So today is auspicious appearance day of Lord Krishna, Sri Janmastami Mahotsava, and today I will speak about the exact moment of the appearance of Lord Krishna in this world 5,000 years ago. So I will read from the Srimad Bhagavatam, 10th canto, chapter 3, text 11. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I read the Sanskrit first and then the translation. By A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki. Sarvishvayot Phula Vilochana Harim Sutam Vilokya Nakadundubistata Krishna Vatarotsava Sambramosmisan Mudat Vyebhyo Yutam Apluto Gavam. Translation. When Vasudeva saw his extraordinary son, his eyes were struck with wonder. In transcendental jubilation, he mentally collected 10,000 cows and distributed them among the Brahmins as a transcendental festival. I read a commentary by A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur analyzes the wonder of Vasudeva upon seeing his extraordinary child. Vasudeva was shivering with wonder to see a newborn child decorated so nicely with valuable garments and gems. He could immediately understand that the Supreme Personality of Godhead has appeared not as an ordinary child, but in his original, fully decorated four-handed form. The first wonder was that the Lord was not afraid to appear within the prison house of Kamsa, where Vasudeva and Devaki were interned. Second, although the Lord, the Supreme Transcendence, is all-pervading, he had appeared from the womb of Devaki. The third point of wonder, therefore, was that a child could take birth from the womb so nicely decorated. Fourth, the Supreme Personality of Godhead was Vasudeva's worshipable deity, yet had taken birth as his son. For all these reasons, Vasudeva was transcendently jubilant, and he wanted to perform a festival, as Kshatriyas do, to celebrate the birth of a child, but because of his imprisonment, he was unable to do it externally, and therefore he performed the festival within his mind. This was as good. If one cannot externally serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one can serve the Lord within one's mind, since the activities of the mind are as good as those of the senses. This is called the non-dual or absolute situation, Advaya Jnana. People generally perform ritualistic ceremonies for the birth of a child. But why then should Vasudeva not have performed such a ceremony when the Supreme Lord appeared? Om Ajnanatimandasya Janamsana Shanaka Shakshran Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah Chichitayamanopistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Svyamarapakadamayam Dadati Svapadantikam Vandyam Shio Shiyuda Padakamalam Shirom Vaishnavam Sha Shirupam Jarjatam Saganaragnatam Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Saitam Shri Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Saganalita Shivashakam Vitam Sha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dino Bandho Jatpate Kopesha Koprakanta Radha Kanta Namastate Tapta Kanchana Gauranga Radhe Vrindavanashvri Prishabhana Sutadevi Pranamama Haripriye Vancha Kalptrubhisha Kripa Sindhivasha Patnam Pavanabhyo Vaishnabhyo Namo Namah Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Sadikaura Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Vastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamiti Namine Namaste Saraswata Devi Gauravani Pacharani Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paskachai Desatarani. So Devaki and Vasudeva, the parents of Krishna, are in prison. Kamsa has killed their first 6 children. The 7th child externally looked a miscarriage, but it was Balaram who had been transferred to the womb of Rohini, an older wife of Vasudeva. And then here the 8th child takes birth. But Vasudeva is a little surprised when he sees the child. In the previous verse, the child has been described. It said here, Vasudeva then saw the newborn child who had very wonderful lotus-like eyes, and who bore his 4 hands. In his 4 hands the 4 weapons Sankha, Chakra, Gada and Padma. On his chest was the mark of Shivatsa, and on his neck the brilliant Kaustuba gem. Dressed in yellow, his body blackish like a dense cloud, his scattered hair fully grown, and his helmet and earrings sparkling uncommonly with the valuable gem Vaidurya. The child, decorated with a brilliant belt, armlets, bangles, and other ornaments, appeared very wonderful. So there your child has 4 arms, completely decorated with beautiful jewels that are very beautiful. So Vasudeva understood this is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Because in his previous life, Vasudeva and Devaki, they were Prishni and Sutapa. And they had done for many years austerities with one purpose, to get the Supreme Lord as their child. And the Lord agreed for that. And he appeared different times before them as their child. This is the third time. Here he appears as Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. But what's strange is that Krishna is eternal. So how can he have temporary parents? No. The Supreme Lord has his parents eternally in the spiritual world. But there are two parts of the spiritual world. There is one part is Goloka Vrindavan. And there his parents are Nanda Maharaj, Mother Yasoda. And in Vaikuntha, which is another part of the spiritual world, there his eternal parents are Vasudeva and Devaki. So in reality, Vasudeva and Devaki are the eternal parents. But why then did they perform austerities in their previous lives to get the Lord as their son? In their previous lives, there were demigod expansions of Devaki and Vasudeva. And they performed austerities, and the Lord appeared. But then, when they entered Krishna's pastime, these demigod parts merged with the eternal parents of Krishna. So they merged with the original Devaki and Vasudeva from Vaikuntha. So why then did these demigod expansions, why did they perform austerities? To fulfill their desires. So at the same time we should understand that no one can take the position of Devaki and Vasudeva, or Nanda Maharaj and Yasoda Maharaj, that we cannot take their positions. We cannot kick them out of their positions. So Vasudeva forgets his eternal position as an eternal parent of the Lord. Because if we would know that he is the eternal parent of Krishna, then he should not be astonished. He's astonished to see the child, right? That one can say as he forgets his position. Is that not ignorance? No, it is the will of the Lord to Krishna makes him forget that he is the eternal parent of Krishna, because he wants to increase his prema, his love for him. His prema. It looks like ignorance or forgetfulness. It looks like that. Therefore, Devaki and Vasudeva, they appear astonished. this is Yoga Maya. That Yoga Maya is spiritual Maya, spiritual illusion. Like Vishnu, Vishnu, when he creates, he goes into Yoga Nidra. Yoga Nidra. But is Yoga Nidra is not ignorance. That the Supreme Lord can never be in ignorance. That it is Yoga Maya. It is spiritual. And it is an energy of the Lord which is complete under his control for increasing the love of his devotees. Because the ignorance in this world by which we identify with this body and by which we forget our real position as a servant of Krishna, a spiritual spark of Krishna, that ignorance destroys prema, destroys love, that love for Krishna. It's just the opposite. So it's a complete different energy. That Yoga Maya is the Sit Shakti energy of the Lord. Because it increases the bliss, the spiritual joy in the spiritual world. So Vasudev is not pretending to be astonished. That he's astonished by the will of the Lord. So this is an arrangement of the Supreme Lord. That he is limiting the consciousness of the residents of the spiritual world so that these pastimes can take place. That otherwise there is no excitement. That if there are no limitations and everyone knows past, present and future, it will not happen. So when one has seen the Lord again, it appears always as the first time. It's new. That every day we take darshan of the deity. It looks new. Different outfit, different mood. That is the spiritual energy of the Lord. But in this spiritual mood, this feelings of spiritual love, that there are 7 gradations. And the topmost experience is called Anurag of Bhava. That here Bhava is a stage of prema. It's not the Bhava stage, it's a stage of prema. And that's reserved for the gopis. Every time the gopis see Krishna, the experience is new. It's like they have never seen him before. It's new. Every time they are astonished. Every time they are joyful. And Mother Yasoda is raga. Very deep attachment for Krishna. And Vasudeva and Devaki are also in great bliss, but their bliss is less than Mother Yasoda of the gopis, because they have some awareness of the power of Krishna. So Krishna is not easy to understand. Brahma became bewildered when he saw Krishna as a coward boy. I was thinking, who is this coward boy? I will test him. And he used all his powers and his intelligence, but he became bewildered. So we have here, that is, of course, in this verse it said also, because Vasudev is a Kshatriya, but he was put in prison, and Kshatriyas, especially at the birth of a child, they give charity to the Brahmins. And in his mind he gave 10,000 cows in charity to the Brahmins. In his mind. That's interesting. That's also explained in the Bhagavatam. There's a story of a Brahmin in the Nectar of Devotion, that in which this Brahmin attended a lecture of a sadhu, and he learned from them, yes, you can worship the Supreme Lord within your mind, that you can do everything in your mind. So it was a poor Brahmin, and he was meditating on golden cooking pots, and in his mind he was washing rice and preparing sweet rice in his mind, and then the sweet rice, when it was cooked in his mind, then he waited for some time, because sweet rice becomes more tasty when it's cold. So he was waiting, and then he was thinking, is it cold enough? And he took his finger in his mind. In his mind he put it in the pot, and he burned his finger. He saw his finger was burned. And it is said the Lord in Vaikuntha, Lord Narayan, was smiling. And Mother Lakshmi asked Lord Narayan, why are you smiling? And he told the story of what happened with this Brahman. And then he brought his Brahman to Vaikuntha. So Vasudeva meditated on offering and giving cows in charity to the Brahmins. So bhakti is, we know, has two qualities. So vaipum saparodamo yato bhaktoradoxie. Ahaituk apatiyata. Ahaituk, it has no material cause. And apatiyata means, yes, apatiyata means without interruption, but it means also without obstacle. You can always perform devotional service, even in your mind. Nobody can stop you. But the Lord is pleased when we follow authorized processes to please Him. Now we see, before it is mentioned in the Bhagavatam, how Krishna appeared in the mind, first in the mind of Vasudeva. This is described in the second chapter of the 10th canto, 10 to 16. Bhagavan api vishvatma bhaktanam adayankara avivesam sa bhagena mana anakadundube. Thus the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the super soul of all living beings, of all living entities, and who vanquishes all fear of his devotees, entered the mind of Vasudeva in full opulence. So he entered the mind of Vasudeva. And then Vasudeva became very blissful, having Krishna in his mind. And then he transferred Krishna from his mind to his heart. And when he was in his heart, he transferred Krishna to the heart of Devaki. That's interesting. Srila Prabhupada writes in the purport, the word Vishvatma refers to one who is situated in everyone's heart. So that's in the Bhagavad Gita. Krishna is already in our heart, but we don't see him, we don't experience him. That's a problem. But he's there. Ishvara sarva bhutanam richisayuna tishtati. Yes. Another meaning of Vishvatma is the only lovable object of everyone. So Krishna is what we are all looking for. Because of forgetfulness of this object, people are suffering in the material world. But if one fortunately revives his old consciousness of loving Krishna and connects with Vishvatma, one becomes perfect. So, Krishna is in our heart. How do we know Krishna is in our heart? We know that Krishna is in our heart because as the super soul is Maya Jakshana Prakriti. Is the controller of material nature. This is in Bhagavad Gita. Krishna is saying that Prakriti kriyamani guna karmana sarvasa ahankara vimudatma kartamiti manyate. Krishna is saying, I'm the doer in this world. Everything is done by material nature, and I control material nature. And the one who thinks that he controls everything in this world is a vimuda. Muda is as, and vimuda is super as. That's what Krishna says. Is a vimuda. A very heavy word. But that's what we are. Because we are making plans in this world. And if we are in control, then all our plans are fulfilled. Right? All your plans are always fulfilled? No. Mostly it doesn't happen. Many times we get a surprise and we get something completely different than what we planned, because that's under control of Krishna. You take birth in this material world, and all your experiences that you are going to get in this life are fixed. All your happiness and distress. It's all fixed. The only thing that you get in your life are the reactions of your past activities in previous life. You are confronted with your own stupidity. You get reactions. And who gives the reactions? Krishna gives these reactions. That's what we are doing, life after life. Life after life. We are getting these reactions. And Krishna appeared 5,000 years ago to tell us, stop this. Stop this stupidity. Start to act in a way that you don't create new bodies anymore. That's no future birth. Because Every action that we do, that we think we are this body, you get reactions. It's our actions with the desire to give pleasure to a body. Happiness and distress is called. We want happiness, we don't want distress, right? That we don't want, but we want the happiness part. But suppose you get only the happiness part. It theoretically doesn't happen in Kali Yuga. In Kali Yuga, many times we think, yes, it will be all right still, yes. It will be not so bad. So for those who think like that, I have bad news for you. When you take birth in Kali Yuga, then the reason why you are taking birth in Kali Yuga is that you have a lot of bad reactions in stock. That's why you take birth in Kali Yuga. So, but Krishna is always with us. We think ourselves the controller in this world, and Krishna, because if we think we are the controller, then there is no fun on accepting God, because that's accepting a controller. So Krishna stays at the background. We don't see him in our heart. As long as we think we are the controller, we don't see him. But he's always with us in our heart. He's there. He came with us. In every body, there is also the super soul. Krishna is there. You have a bug of an ant. Ant has a spirit soul. It's a spirit soul. But there is also the super soul who gives him the body and so on. That means Krishna loves us. Otherwise he would not come with us. He wants to rectify us. He wants to rectify us. If you are, for example, yes, you do something selfless for others. Like there are many monks all over the world, whatever tradition. They have their own conceptions of God. But they are serving without asking something in return. Like a mother serves the child without asking something in return. What do you feel in the heart? You get a good feeling by doing that. Where is that good feeling coming from? From Krishna in the heart. He says that's good. But if we do something very selfish, then like if someone commits a murder or whatever, you think this person will feel fine inside? No, he will feel great guilt. That's also Krishna saying that's not good. But to get out of this situation, we must re-establish our relationship with Krishna. And to revive, because we have all a relationship with Krishna as a spirit soul, but we have forgotten. More, we have a unique relationship with Krishna. Everyone has a fingerprint. Everyone has a different one. We have all a unique relationship with Krishna, but we have forgotten. And Krishna comes to show who he is. And he's the most lovable person. And what does he want from us? He wants our love. That's what everyone wants in this world. Everyone wants to love and to be loved. That's natural, because that's the soul. That's the need of the soul, that love. Eating chapatis will not make you happy and satisfied. You will get enough at a certain time. That will not help. So you may think it works all nice out in my life. You have a good education. You have the best job. And then you have a marriage. And you are married till the end of your life. Very rare in Kali Yuga. You have children, and these children get all a nice education and married and so on. And you are very successful. And then what happens? The body has to die. It's all for nothing. It's cheating, this life of the senses. The real life is eternal life. And the soul is eternal. But we are here because we wanted to be the controller. And that's the result. But if we take again to Krishna consciousness, the consciousness in which we realize that we have a loving relationship with Krishna, and we start to act in that relationship, then we regain our natural, eternal, joyful nature back. And that process is explained by Lord Krishna when he comes, and also by Lord Chaitanya, especially for this age, how to practice it. So it starts with knowing Krishna. Janma karma samedivyam yomi veti tatvata tyaktvyam punarjanma naiti mameti. Krishna says, if you know me, my appearance, my pastimes, if you know me, then you don't take birth again. Because if you really know Krishna, then you become attracted to Krishna. And you cannot forget him. In the Bhagavatam it's explained, in the Bhagavad Gita, how Krishna is the source of all sources. That's God. God has theologically two aspects. He's the source of all sources. Everything must have a source. Is the beginning of everything. And he's the controller. He controls everything. But Krishna shows in his pastimes here, 5,000 years ago, he brings with him the eternal residence from the eternal spiritual world. He brings them down to Vrindavan and shows how he relates with them. Very loving relationship. And it's very attractive. But Krishna reveals himself. He reveals himself when the heart becomes purified. That a verse from Nectar of Devotion quoted many times by Srila Prabhupada is Atashi Krishna Namadi Namavet Kayam Indriyai Sevim Mukhi Ijivada Svermeva Spuratyata. That this verse says that, yes, Krishna's form, qualities and pastimes, they are all on the absolute platform. And with our material senses, we cannot appreciate them. It's not possible. We cannot see Krishna with our eyes. That we need spiritual eyes. That, but we have this body. See this arm, hand. This hand is constructed on a subtle arm, the subtle body. The gross is constructed on a subtle body. So we have two bodies in one. But we don't need these bodies. In the spiritual world, we have a spiritual body. So we have the gross hand, the subtle hand, and the spiritual hand. That's our real hand. But we have coverings. These coverings are there. Originally, we were in the spiritual world. And we had our own spiritual body, eternal. But with such a spiritual body, you can only do one thing, and that is serve Krishna with devotion. You cannot perform any selfish activity with such a body. But at a certain time, we wanted to know, we were curious. What would it be to be the controller? And we started to act selfish, but you cannot do that with a spiritual body. From the moment you just try to do that, Krishna gives you a subtle and a gross body, and you come to this material world. This material world is like a prison house, a dark cloud in the spiritual world, a dark cloud. So the good news is we are in the spiritual world. The bad news is we are in the prison section. And when you go to the prison, you get a prison suit with lines and a number, right? So we get an overcoat and underwear. The underwear is a subtle body, and the overcoat is this gross body. Yes. And here we are. Because our desire is material. Material desires are based on two misconceptions. The misconception that this is mine and this is for my enjoyment. Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, Bhaktaram Tapasam Sarvalokamashvadam, I am the proprietor of everything. And because I'm the proprietor, I'm the enjoyer. And that's the problem. We want to take Krishna's position. And Krishna says, if you want to take my position, okay, you can be the controller, but you have to forget that I'm the controller, otherwise there is no fun. You have to forget that. And then we get this body. And this mind and this intelligence, which is now different from ourselves. The mind and intelligence. Mind and intelligence are instruments we are supposed to use. But many times we come under their control. And our life becomes very miserable. But Krishna, he comes to show his form, his qualities, his pastimes, and so on. And our spiritual nature and our spiritual consciousness of loving Krishna becomes reawakened when we start to offer service to Krishna. Especially the service with the tongue. With the tongue is very important in devotional service. We use the tongue to chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. And by this chanting gradually, our lust, anger, greed, madness, illusion, envy, it's all gradually removed from the heart. And gradually we start to understand who Krishna is and who we are. The other function of the tongue is eating, so we take only Krishna Prasad. And gradually we come to understand who Krishna really is by chanting his names and by hearing his pastimes. We start to understand who he is and how Krishna has his qualities. And there's one quality which is very important for us, is Bhakta Vatsal. Krishna loves his devotees and is a well-wisher of his devotees. From the moment we start just this process, Krishna will bless us. And that is the message of Krishna. His message is Man Mana, always think of me. If you chant Hare Krishna, you think of Krishna. Just by concentrating on the sound, it is Krishna. Man Mano, think of me. And what do you do if you always think of Krishna? By hearing his pastime, by chanting his holy name, by serving him, by praying to him. But somewhere or another, think of him, Man Mana. And what do you then? Man Mana Bhavamat Bhakto. Then you become a devotee of Krishna. And when you become a devotee of Krishna, what do you do? Majjai. You worship Krishna, you chant his holy name, you serve him. That's the only thing what you do. And the Mam Namaskar, you offer him your respect. And that's Krishna's supreme instruction in the Bhagavad Gita. And he's coming to show us how to do that by showing his relationships with his devotees in friendship, in parental love, conjugal love, that's dasyaras, as servitors. And this is the perfection of life. So to know Krishna, we must take to devotional service. Only by devotional service, bhakti amam abhijaniti yavaya satmi tatvata. Only by devotional service one can know Krishna. In 1154 of the Bhagavad Gita, the end of the Universal Form chapter, Krishna says to Arjuna, you can know me as I am standing before you only by unalloyed devotional service. In the purport, Srila Prabhupada writes, one cannot even begin to understand Krishna unless one takes shelter of a bona fide spiritual master. So without hearing from the spiritual master and the scriptures, no one can understand the signs of God. Therefore, the Vedas are called Shruti. You have to hear them. And therefore, Krishna comes and shows us. And when we hear his pastime, we start to understand who Krishna is. And that's Krishna's mission. Yadaya dai dharmasya glanir bhavta bharata bhutanama dharmasya tatam mam yuge. It comes each time cycle, it comes to re-establish the principles of religion, which is Krishna consciousness. acting as a spirit soul, not as the body. We have to learn to act as our real self. And that's acting out of love. Acting as the false self is based on I and mine. And that's based on forgetting Krishna. And what's the result of it? Misery. That birth, death, old age, and disease. But just by learning this art of Krishna consciousness to act as a spirit soul, we become joyful even in this life. And the next will be spiritual. We will get back our eternal life. We just have to tell Krishna, I'm sorry. I was stupid. I made a mistake. Now I agree to serve you again. Because the soul is in the introduction of Bhagavad Gita, Srila Prabhupada says, the soul is a cooperator. It's meant to cooperate with Krishna. And that cooperation is devotional service. Out of love. And that is natural. Because everyone wants to invest his love in serving. Everyone is serving in this world. Some are serving their dog, some their husband, their wife. Some is serving the boss. Some, yeah. But everyone is serving. We just have to redirect that tendency to serve to Krishna. Always, whatever yat karosi yatasyansi yatyos dadas yatyatapasyaskantya tatkosma vadarpanam. Whatever you do, whatever charity you give, whatever austerity you do it for the pleasure of Krishna. And by that, our consciousness will change. We will see Krishna everywhere in this world, because He's doing everything. Then we will see how He does everything, and our lives become blissful. Thank you very much. Happy Janmastami. Janmastami Mahotsava ki, Srila Prabhupada ki. Yeah? Okay. Good. Okay, sunshine.
Can you speak more about using the mind and intelligence instead of being controlled by it?
Using the mind and intelligence instead of controlled by them. Yes. Dat is a big topic. And that is explained in the 6th chapter, especially the mind. It's explained in the 6th chapter of Bhagavad Gita. Udarat atmanatmanam atmanam avasadyat atmeva yatmana vindur atmeva ripur atmana bandus atmatmanas tasyayan atmanatmanachita anatmanastu satrutve vartit atma vasatruvat. With the mind you can degrade yourself. With the mind you can upgrade yourself. Your mind can be your friend or your mind can be your enemy. The mind is your enemy when it's uncontrolled, and the mind is your friend when it's controlled. So the mind is an instrument we have to use, and not vice versa. If you see people, yeah, an uncontrolled mind, how does it start? Dayato Vishyapam Sanghas Desa Bhajayate Sanghajayate Kama Kama Koda Bhajayate. It starts with Dayate. Dayate means meditation. You start to meditate on something in this world. And you think this is going to give me enjoyment. And you have expectations of enjoyment. So that is the mind. And we let it meditate, not controlled by the intelligence. It's like a fish in the water. You have a fish in the water. And there's a fisher, and he put a fisher line in the water. And at the end of the line you have a bat, a worm in the water. And the fish comes and sees the bat. Thinks, I'm going to enjoy. And it comes closer and at that moment the fisherman hooks the fish and brings the fish up, takes the fish from the hook, cut it open with his knife, inside out, and put the fish on the frying pan. So you get fried. You want to enjoy in this world, but it's not what you expect. And when enjoyment is there, you get frustrated. And that goes on. Most people live in this world of the mind. And they think, when it feels good, do it. Just don't oppress or suppress yourself. It feels good, do it. That's the most demoniac philosophy. That I like to eat meat. Let me kill thousands of cows if it just feels good. And that's under control of the mind. And that's based on material desires. Material desires are cultivated in the mind, and we follow these material desires. But when you become a devotee, it becomes different. In 270 of Bhagavad Gita, there Lord Krishna says that like rivers are flowing to the ocean. The ocean is not disturbed by the rivers flowing into the ocean. So a devotee is not disturbed by the desires entering his mind. So these desires in the mind that pop up in the mind, where do they come from? You have 3 sources, at least that I know. But the most common source is, in our previous life, we were the fish and we wanted to get a bat. And then we got frustrated. So our material desire was not fulfilled. And that's characteristic of a material desire. It's never fulfilled. Avitam jnanam etana jnanina nityavarina kamrupena kantya dushpurana alenacha. The more you desire things, the more the more frustrated you are, the more frustration you have. It's never fulfilled. So it remains unfulfilled. And Krishna is a super soul. He knows past, present, and future of all living entities and all their actions. So he's going to give you. So we have forgotten the desires we have cultivated in our previous life, but Krishna in the heart does not. And sometimes he, not all at the same time, but he puts such a desire in your mind. There it plops up. And you think, Eureka, an idea. And the conditioned soul thinks, yes, it's a good idea. And this time it will work. But the devotee is different. The devotee sees that popping up into the mind. He looks at that. He becomes the observer. He doesn't identify with the mind. He becomes the observer. And he sees, oh, that is a material desire. I don't want it. I only want to serve Krishna. And then the desire disappears. That's controlled mind. The other is uncontrolled mind. That you want another example? Many examples I can give. Okay, another example. Look, it's not an example for sannyasis, but if you look at your body, I look at my body and I say, I have the body of a man. I'm a man. And then when you think you are a man, and the eyes see a beautiful young woman, all the senses become attracted. You want to touch it. When she speaks, it's very sweet. You want to hear that. So all that's nature. It's attracted like that. So the mind says, when the mind is in that mood, the mind says, yes, there is a beautiful woman. So we want to touch it, we want and enjoy that girl. So the mind says, let's go for it. But the intelligence says, wait a minute. What with morality? And the mind replies, you old fool. That is old-fashioned. Do something useful. And the intelligence say, okay, you can write her an email and promise her the sun and the moon and throw some stars. But don't sign the letter, because the person, just the man just near to her is very strong and could be her husband. So that's the mind is misusing the intelligence. It's misusing the intelligence to get sense gratification, to satisfy the mind. That's uncontrolled mind. People walk to the city of Passau, of München, in the street with restaurants, and they smell all, and their mind brings them into the restaurant because they want to enjoy. That's under control of the mind. But Krishna explains at the end of the 3rd chapter, to control the mind, you must first know that you are not a mind. That the mind should be controlled by the intelligence, and the intelligence should be controlled by the soul. How does the soul control the intelligence? How does the intelligence then engage the mind? Therefore, Krishna explains the 4th chapter in Bhagavad Gita, transcendental knowledge. First, you have to feed your intelligence with transcendental knowledge, how to act as a spirit soul in devotional service. And then, the intelligence must control the mind by engaging the mind and the senses in devotional service, and not let it deviate from a moment. Don't listen to your mind. You listen one moment to your mind and it will kill you. Yeah, that is the example, the other example of a man has a bottle. And in the bottle, in the middle of the bottle, in the bottle there is a jinn, a kind of spirit. And so the man opens the bottle and the jinn comes out and bows before him and said, I'm your servant. Ask me everything you do, I will do it. But if you don't engage me for 1 second, I will kill you. And the man said, So he said immediately, so you clean the kitchen. And the Jim was cleaning the kitchen, and then he said after, and then when he had finished the sleeping room, and the Jim did all the rooms, and then when everything was done, he said, now you go outside, you see this tree there, you climb up the tree to the top, then jump to the next tree, come down, and then you go to the next tree, you climb again to the top, you jump to the next tree, come down, and like that you do all the trees in the forest. And when you have finished, you start over again. So he got rid of it. But just to show, if we listen to the mind for one moment, it feels good and so on. You are finished. It will drag you down. Yoga means control of the mind. Srila Prabhupada writes, without control of the mind, yoga is a farce. So yoga, how do we control the mind? You must engage your mind in devotional service, that it's always busy. And all the mothers know that. Your children, you have to keep them busy, otherwise they will do mischief. And that's the control of the mind is Jachnarta Karma Noyatra Lokayam Karma Bandhana. One must everything do in one's life as a sacrifice for Krishna. You have your work. Understand, I've been put in that position by Krishna, by my previous karma, and that's okay. And therefore, I will do my work for Krishna. You don't have to tell that to your boss. But you do it internally for Krishna. And you promise Krishna, I will use the results for you. How do you do that? Is that very difficult? No. That you put in your house an altar of Krishna, of a picture of Krishna, and you worship Krishna. You offer your food to Krishna. That you work, to maintain your family. Your family are devotees. You work to maintain devotees. You work for the house, but the house has become a temple. You work for the temple. That's the dove-telling technique, Srila Prabhupada said. Everything you do, connect it with Krishna. Therefore, when we need a spiritual master, he will explain you how to do that. That's the expertise of a spiritual master. But that's just an introduction about we are not a mind. I can speak long about that, but our time is getting up, I think. Unless there is another question.
I have one more question.
Okay. Yeah.
Yesterday I heard a class by Srila Prabhupada. He said that a real devotee, he can also appreciate suffering. He will understand why Krishna sent me this suffering. Can you please explain about this?
Yes, sure. That Krishna says, well, that's explained by Lord Brahma. He says, Tatena kampam sasamikshamo bunjatma ivatme kitam vibhagam ritvakva purve vidadam namaste jivetyo muktipade sadayapak. If we understand that all the suffering that we get is a reaction of our past misdeeds given by Krishna, then we will appreciate that. You get what you deserve. It's supreme justice. And we appreciate that. We say, thank you, Krishna. I deserve it. Now I can be free from the reaction. I pay for it. And for devotees, he's so kind. He gives only a token, a little bit. A little bit. And if one understands that, then one becomes peaceful and is ready to go to the spiritual world. So that's an important point. Suffering is the mercy of Krishna. That if we just understand that point, our life becomes sublime. That mostly if we get suffering, we say, I don't want it. But the devotee said, yeah, I deserve it. Let it come. And the suffering is for the body, not for the soul. And I become purified, and it helps me not to forget Krishna. If we have suffering, then it's more easy to think of Krishna. We take shelter. If everything goes good, Rose and Sharanamrita, then we don't make progress in our spiritual life. So yeah, I gave a seminar about 10 years ago in the Ukraine, based on the Bhagavatam, and the title was How to Turn Suffering in Spiritual Bliss. And Niranjan Maharaj introduced my seminar, and he said to all the devotees in Ukraine, you are all suffering so much, you should all go to that seminar. But yes, Krishna consciousness is the method to use this suffering to attain a position of bliss. That's the difference between a devotee and a non-devotee. A devotee suffers to never suffer again, because his suffering will lead to give up his material attachment. And by non-devotees, suffering is just suffering, that's all. But Maharaj Pariksit, and that's the whole Bhagavatam about. He was cursed, Maharaj Pariksit, by Shringi. And he was cursed to die in 7 days. And he accepted it as the best news. The best news. Imagine that today the news reporters would write an article, Great Emperor cursed to death, most unfortunate event. But for Maharaj Pariksit it was the most fortunate event. Because by that he could immediately give up his attachment to his kingdom. He could give it up and concentrate his mind on Krishna in devotional service. So this suffering, that helps us to become detached from matter and attach us to Krishna. If we have the correct mood and approach to suffering, so for devotees, suffering is welcome. He can use it in Krishna's service. Does that help, Akhila Prabhu? Any further comments? No? Thank you. Good. Something else? Good. Srimad Bhagavatam ki, Janmastami Mahotsava ki, Shri Krishna Janmastami ki, Srila Prabhupada ki. Thank you very much.
Janmastami ki.
Hare Krishna. So now we will have our drama presentation. So if you keep this area there free, so if you just move a little bit more to the back. So this drama is already a classical that was done already before here, and we are repeating it now. Written by His Grace Ramananda Prabhu. Hari Hari Bol. Our senior most creative, spontaneous theater acharya. So it was written originally in German, but it's translated into English now. So we'll present it in English. So this is called the Vyasasana dance. So if you put this harmonium also a little bit to the back. And if we could dim the lights a little bit down. Mark, ja, wenn du, genau. So ist gut. So ist gut.
Gib das bitte zu Alberta und zeige ihm, dass diese Platte neben ihm sitzt. Da ist Advaita, links.
Advaita? Kannst du dich neben Dashavatar setzen? Ist er noch da?
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So, welcome everybody to our theater. First of all, thank you very much, Maharaj, for your classing and enlightening us with so many deep philosophical thoughts. And it's very appropriate to have really Janmastami is not only a party, it is also should provoke our spiritual nerves as well and our spiritual senses. Therefore, this is most appropriate. I just thought in the morning when we went to Krishna Balaram Abhishek, I thought this is like celebration of birthday, like when you go to mother and father. Right, it was like Mother Suchitra and Father Akila Prabhu. They are worshipping these deities, and it's a little bit like everything is like, you know, like home, full of love and so forth. But now when we hear at the temple, Krishna comes to celebrate his birthday with his friends, and this is a little bit more different than when he celebrates at home with his parents, right? So now therefore we have a little bit of a party mood now here, and we will have more kirtans, and we will have in the end a big, huge feast. And a cake here. And of course this theater, it's some time ago that we wrote it already. And that we performed it also on several occasions, and it's actually it compares the birth of Krishna in the heart of someone who is a child of this age, and how Krishna takes birth in the heart of somebody. Now, as you can see, we have little monkeys here. They are not really part of the theater, but fortunately they're part of our family. This is my wife Gopi Gita, and here we have this is one of them, and there's another one of them. and all the friends and everybody else. So please, you sit still now. Otherwise, you will not know what's going on, because this will be a very nice theater. And the theater goes together with. I should mention this. The theater goes together with sound of some interpret. How you say interpret? Some artist. Some of you may know, especially the ones who came from the Rainbow, but maybe it's also is timed out. Maybe it comes from my age. Somebody knows Moby? Yeah, Moby. So maybe the music is familiar to you, or you can do something with the music, but you probably never heard it in that context. So for this, we will have now our little presentation, and because it's a theater, what could be done very quickly. We the words spoken will be by us, and then we have our dear actors who will act the whole thing out. And just keep in mind, we think, oh, we have a festival, let's do a theater, and then it always goes a little bit quick and spontaneous. So please keep this in mind if things are not coming out so well. But we asking for the blessings of all of you, that we do this with our little theater group to your satisfaction, and we need this also the blessings of our seniors like Maharaj and Srila Prabhupada, and of course the blessings for the pleasure of Shri Shri Radhika Giridhari Ki Jai. Okay, now Murari, sit down, please.
Good boy, good boy.
It never works actually.
Schön sitzen.
Okay. So, and hope the technique works out as well.
It was at that time when all circumstances became very auspicious. Even if the frosty material wind of the Iron Age blew more stronger than ever through the hearts of the people, they would be enlightened by a very special ray of light, the blessing rays of the Sankirtan movement, the congregational chanting of the names of God, which was introduced by the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, manifested its full potency. This kind of mercy made it possible that the holiest and most sacred name of the Lord, Krishna, equipped with its full opulence and power, appeared in the frozen hearts of the people at this age of doom and gave them back the original position of heart, pure love for the Supreme Person, the root cause of all that is. In that way, it was possible to bring back the principles of true religion in this God-absent time and give relief from the pains in the veins. Hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come.
So if you wonder who that is Carla. Carla. Her life is a disaster of emotions caused by a chaotic family background in which mom and dad did not form a union, but they were rather two opponents. Her school education gave her a standard programming in subject of surviving by using one's elbows. But too bad, she never became a good fighter in this game. After all, she feels most safe when she is in front of her television set, or when she is part of the computer chat, where you can quit your partners by a mouse click. If there ever come questions in her mind about the "why am I here?" There are always well-proven anesthetics and patches to cover dead dreams and abandoned hopes. Happy makers for inner use. And alcohol makes the brain hollow, and ignorance, after all, is bliss. A non-existent identity which ended up already in a crisis. A job or a challenge could be already a new start, a way out of this dead-end street. But who in the world engages people when machines cause much stress and trouble and are cleaner in the work and run much cheaper in the long? But still, there was a spark of mercy jumping to the streets of the city of pretended anticipation. For a shopping feast of love, with the first snow, there came the seed of love in her heart. Deep down in the heart of color, there was a hidden treasure, the treasure to love. But that one was first brought to light of her consciousness. Now, all of you become witness how a spark of hope, well kept in the core of her heart, started again with new power to heat. Let's go back in time and in the heart of color.
Oh Vasudev, loved husband, why is our relationship so much loaded with disaster? Locked up in this cage, we are bereft of our children by a monster that claims to be my brother? How can I understand the prophecy that came from the sky above, given to us the very day of our marriage? How should the Supreme Person, the cause of all existence, appear through us in this cold hole if death personified guards the door and steals all hope of relief out of the heart of mankind? Just like he carries away the newborns from my lap and mercilessly annihilates them. Oh, my husband, what is the use of bringing more and more children to existence? I am so sad to deliver life to death.
My dear wife, Devaki, please don't cry. Don't give way for pain and stop your duty. Our mission is unique and therefore difficult to pass. But believe me, we are chosen tools by Providence. Now we have to function and give faith to the higher plan.
But husband, what is the use if all new life is taken away from us? How can light shine in a room where windows are closed with bricks? Alas, it is without hope. We have failed to achieve success of our mission because we are unable to live in freedom. Oh Vasudev, let us do something. 7 children already taken from us just came to life, thrown down to the darkness of death.
But wife, it has just started, and according to the prophecy, it would be the 8th child to bring a relief.
Alas, I would wish that it will come to existence somewhere else.
Just wait, dear wife. Everything will find its way. The ways of the Lord are impossible to know for small beings just like us. We fulfill our duty and leave the arrangements of the circumstances to higher destiny. Trust in the messengers who appeared just some time ago to announce the miracle that will appear out of you, my wife. Pray that the Supreme comes to life.
Oh Vasudev, just see, it appears.
Ribo. Dear Father, dear Mother, please be blessed. The time of suffering is over at last. Father, don't waste time somehow. The night is deep and everything is ready now. Bring me away through the current of the river flow where Nanda Maharaj is living. To Gokul you go. From that place I will come back just in the right snatch of time to everybody who will be told this story of mine. Over the years I enter into the hearts. Once there, my mission starts. Trust me, when I appear, everything will be full of joy. Go now and bring that daughter back instead of me, boy. Quick, I will open for you gate and door. The waves of the Yamuna also give way for. Bring me through the light of these dark worlds. I am the cause of all causes, the one who everything holds. Okay, now we see Vasudev is coming back from Gokul and he has a slightly different baby. The wonder of birth. Haribo. The eighth child of Vasudev and Devaki. My dear sister, give to me the eighth fruit of your belly. Your other children I have already swallowed with my hungry weapons, which are lust, anger, greed, envy, illusion, madness, and the conviction to begot oneself. Just see what we have here. A fresh, not even dry baby. A girl?
Come, sir, you fool! Do you really believe that when the Supreme Controller wants to come into existence, he can be held back by a dwarf like you? The Supreme Personality of Godhead has already appeared on another place and has just started his battle against you demons with a new weapon suitable for this age. Just wait. Soon you are going to die. Sankirtan Yagya Ki Jai!
I think it would be good to have the music a little bit louder. And there we have Carla back in the shopping streets of a modern and entertaining city. What had this to do with Krishna Janmastami? Well, let's see what happens next.
Hello, my friend. Yes, you. You're also from here, from this town? Oh, I see. Nice place here, isn't it? Let me ask you one question. Do you also sometimes ask yourself about the true meaning behind all this strife, life, from where we are coming and to where we are going? Is there a God in control? And if, what he looks like? And why he allows pain in this world, huh? Well, my dear friend, here is a book for you, explaining you everything. It is about a wonderful hero, so powerful that he is able to wipe out all fear and anxiety out of your heart. Oh yes, you don't have to pay much. You just can give a donation from your heart. Give what you can. Most people give about 10 euro. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a nice life. In that way, the wonder came into Carla's life. The book became a source of joy for her. But very soon, Kamsa sent out his demonic weapons, his messengers, who rip apart this tiny little creeper of love in Carla's heart. Lust come into life. Hello, beautiful lady, how are you? You're reading too much. You don't need that. That bewilders your mind. Come, enjoy with me. Relax. Anger, arise. What do you want, you useless bum? Get out of this cult and get a job! Greed appear! That book is written by the devil! Only if you surrender... Oh no. It is... greed appear. Is that for free? Ah, I knew it. First you say it is a present, and then you claim my money? You cheater! Envy spawn! That book is written by the devil. Only if you surrender your life to Jesus, you will attain heaven. Illusion, get up! Do you need something to smoke, huh? I have new harvest from Holland. Purple stuff, brings you high tide, just like a trip to the moon. goodness! Come up! God is dead. He's hanging underneath the roof of my house. You are the creator of your own reality. But because you're so weak, you need such a hook to hold on. But I tell you, once you're dead, everything is dark. Just as in my bottom. All the best for you. And now you become God. Oh yes. When I was young, about 30 years ago, I also read these books. But dear boy, with the course of time, you slowly realize that all of this is just a medium, which helps you to understand that everybody is actually God. This realization is the actual freedom. All rules and teachers just try to bind you. Get free and live a life full of opulence. You're the supreme enjoyer. Don't waste your time. Carla seems lost. Her hope and the spark of love almost extinguished. And she gave up her hope. But then see what came now.
Wake up, girl, it's time to face the truth.
Take a look at you now.
Long time ago you lost your youth.
The game is over somehow.
A guest without rest.
In this body dome.
What is your real quest?
Do you really feel at home?
Once you be kicked out of this body house.
Have to take shelter in another shell.
No idea about the cause.
Still on travel between heaven and hell.
So many forms in this world.
But not at all for you.
Take that, what the karma agent told.
Another body dream becomes true.
Always the same hours counts the ticker, repeating units of time, matter growing thicker on the carousel of body crime. So you dive deep in the current of the ages.
Eternal wheels moving destiny.
Wind of time blows you through different stages.
Struggle hard to get free.
An inner search keeps you asking,
why am I here? What is there lacking?
A burning flame inside, is there lasting?
It's the call of love. Something tracking.
But the expression of the senses which you use.
Shuts light down, grief knock on your door.
Hearts broken, the inner child you lose.
Distant twinkle for what you once hoped for.
Hide your heart in a suit looking so smart.
Running behind someone to cure the pain.
End up in another one's hand, try to rip you apart.
Sorrow tripping drives you insane.
Always the same wounds, covers the sticker, repeating units of crime. Heart growing colder, you losing your body time. Do you understand that this is a dead place?
A lump of matter fighting to survive.
Just flesh and senses without love in the space.
But where is that energy that gives those machines life?
It's deep down in the inner core.
Every being hears a whisper in that dome.
It's the ocean of love splashing on the shore.
Calling you, come back to your real home.
He is sending out his prophets that guide you back.
Lightful, happy lands await you there.
There is nothing left for you in this big black.
Angels of eternal wisdom, take care.
Read this book, what is in your hand.
And serve the cause of your life.
Say goodbye, bring this suffering to an end.
Find that love of your eternal strife.
See how it starts to shine.
Call him, call his
Stop
name.
this ticking and running of time.
By his grace, the Lord of all fame.
Remember the love once you lost in a dream.
Illusion of the body art.
Begging forgiveness, his name you scream, watch out.
He takes birth now in your heart. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. So, okay, we would like to thank you now, very spontaneous theater group. We have your Govinda Dev Prabhu, Haribo. And then we have Bhakta Bashar Prabhu as the Supreme Personality of God, Sri Krishna Bhagavan, Haribo. And we have, who is the next? I see, Manjay Gopi as the frustrated girl caller. Haribo! And we have the Durga Devi and many of the illusions. Oh, I forgot my mother. Who's my mother? Oh, Amita Gopi, I can't see you. Amita Gopi as Devaki. And we have as Durga Devi Michaela, Haribo! And what? Yeah, we have illusion, madness, and anger. And Advaita Simha Prabhu. And we have Kamsa, Uddhav Prabhu, Haribo! And even our dear Dasa Avatar Prabhu was part of the game. Haribo! The one with the illusion. And we have our most successful Sangadan devotee, Kripa Sindhu Prabhu, Haribo! In the mission of Srila Prabhupada, always engaged. And we thank Gomohan Prabhu for the sound, Hare Krishna. And we thank all of you for your patience. And yeah, hopefully you understood the connection between the birth of Krishna and the Sangadan movement. Hare Krishna.
Rivo, and also, of course, Ramananda Prabhu and his dear wife Gopikita Mataji for their amazing, powerful, rapturing, powerful voices with the music and the entire production. Rivo!
So now we will have
Kirtan by Advaita Singha Prabhu.
by Advaita Singha.
And then, so we are a little bit out of schedule, but
we're not out of space.
We will have the kirtan, and then we will announce how exactly the remaining parts of the program will continue until midnight. So stay tuned. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Joy Radhe. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radhika Giridhari, Radhika Giridhari, Radhika Giridhari, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Madhava, Radha Madhava, Radha Madhava, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Madha Mohan, Radha Madha Mohan, Radha Madha Mohan, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda, Radha Govinda, Radha Govinda, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Gopinatha, Radha Gopinatha, Radha Gopinatha, Shri Radhe. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Shri Radhika Giridhari Ke
Jai.
Shri Harinam Sankirtanya Kiya Ke
Jai.
Shri Prabhupada Ke
Jai. Hare Krishna, dear devotees. So I'll just give you a short overview of the adjusted schedule. We'll always be able to fit everything, just a little bit more compressed. So now we will continue with a short speech by our dear consul. We just became such great friends within a few days. And we're so grateful he's here and supporting us. So we just would like to ask him to say a few words from his heart. Then we'll continue with Kripasindhu Prabhu. He'll give his speech on Harinam Sankirtan and make some kirtan as well. Then we will have some further kirtan organized by Advaita Singha Prabhu. Then at 10:45 we will have Akila Prabhu's kirtan and short lecture presentation. Then just shortly after 11, around 11:10, we will have our short presentation on darshan from different deities in India and 1 or 2 clips from Srila Prabhupada on Janmastami. And then we will continue as per schedule with kirtan, and then at 11:45 we will have the final darshan, and then at midnight, for those who are fasting, finally breaking fasts. Mahaprasad. Yeah, Janmastami Maha Mahotsava ki Jai. So I would like to now ask our dear consul, Subhash Chauhan, to come forward and just say a few words from your heart while we set up for Kripasindhu Prabhu. Thank you very much.
My heart is beating fast, so I need this. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. After such a beautiful theatre play and a kirtan, if somebody had given me a choice whether to repeat the kirtan or listen to a speech, I would have asked them to repeat the kirtan instead. But you all are really kind and merciful that you are still sitting here and you all agreed to listen to my words. So thank you for that. Swami Maharaj, Prabhus, Matajis, all of you, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Now, you must be wondering, who's this man and what is he doing here? So, to begin with, let me give you a short introduction. Uh, my name is, leave my name. First, let me tell you that I am a Krishna Bhakt. So does that bring me close to you? My name is Dr. Suyash Chauhan. I am a medical doctor and I come from the state of Maharashtra, Santanchi Bhumi. It's called the land of saints, if you have been there. I come from that state, and after doing my medical studies, I decided that maybe I have a larger purpose. So I decided to take the government exams, which allowed me to become an officer. And as destiny would have it, I came to Germany, and now I work as consul, head of commerce at the Indian consulate in Munich. The role of the Indian consulate here is that it is the official representation of the government of India in the two South German states of Bavaria and Baden-Württemberg. So all your visa queries are going to come to us. So I'm an important person, okay? So listen carefully. But our role basically is to improve relations between these wonderful countries, India and Germany. That is my role. And I'll be here for 3 years, then they'll post me somewhere else. If I perform well, I could be posted to, say, Afghanistan to handle things there. If I do badly, then you will find me in some other good country. But wherever I go, I realize one thing, that I'll have my ISKCON family there. So I'll still be at home. So that is one confidence that I have. Now you might be wondering, what is this doctor doing as a diplomat here? How did this change happen? Because this is the most common question I get. But as we have heard time and again, who decides where we go? Who runs the chariot of our life, of our career? It's Krishna. I think the exam that I took for clearing this process, it is quite competitive. 1 million people take this exam for 100 seats. So you can imagine the amount of competition. And no matter how much hard work you put, until and unless you have the blessings, the divine blessings, you cannot make it. And personally, at a personal level, I feel that there is a larger purpose. Otherwise, Lord wouldn't have chosen me. There are many other deserving candidates. They could have come here, but He chose me. And I think I am here to fulfill that purpose, that little purpose, however small it could be, but that is my job here. Sorry for getting into philosophical and spiritual things. That is how I have been for the past 2-3 days. I can, we could see our cute little Murari playing here, right? If we ask him to come here and give a lecture on, say, climate change or international relations, how would that feel? So I exactly feel the same way, like that little Murari, talking about spirituality to all you great people who are far more advanced in this spiritual world than me. I'm just in kindergarten right now. I could be anything, but in this world, in spirituality, I'm just learning. I'm just absorbing like a sponge. For the past 2-3 days, I've just absorbed every little thing. I'm just taking it in. I've filled my mobile cards. They are full of memory, and my heart is full. But it's still empty. It's a contradiction. I'm overwhelming with emotions, and still I'm speechless. I have so many questions in my head, and still I'm at peace. I'm blissful. So many a times Prabhus come to me and they ask me, how are you feeling? Are you okay? And I have no answer. I mean, I'm so blissful that I don't have words to explain what I'm feeling right now. So I feel like Murari right now. Hindi में कहते हैं सूरज को दिया दिखाने जैसा. I don't know if you have understood, but it's like showing lamp to the sun. I'm doing that thing right now. Who am I to give a speech? And you know, speeches are reserved for someone with a higher experience, knowledge, giving it to somebody who doesn't have it. It's the other way around. I mean, when I read on the schedule, speech given by consul, I was like, who am I to give a speech to you all? I'd rather consider it a conversation. That would make it comfortable for me as well. So let this be a conversation. And please stop me if I take too much time. When I'm overwhelmed, I tend to talk more. So, taking it forward, I'll just say that I am surprised at my ignorance. I am, as an Indian diplomat, I am given the duty, the responsibility to represent India, Indian culture, Indian philosophy, spirituality. But I was surprised at how little I know. That's sad. The sad part is that I don't know a lot of things. But the good part is that I know that I don't know a lot of things now. And I'm thirsty for it. It has increased my thirst, my hunger for knowing more. When Swami Maharaj was speaking, I just got lost. Today, yesterday, I mean, all the Prabhus, they were talking about such deep knowledge. The only good thing in my favor is, accidentally, I was born in that blessed land. And it just kept pouring on my head. I kept taking, like we do, the things that are most valuable, we take it for granted. So I did that all my life. But thankfully, some things, attached to me. They shaped my personality. But I never really dwelt deeper into this concept. I've never read Bhagavad Gita. Srimad Bhagavatam, I got to know recently that there is a scripture which is to be read. I don't know when was I supposed to read it. But still, better late than never. Now, when I'm at political speeches, diplomatic speeches, I'm not supposed to be so frank. But since this is my family, so I'm trying to express whatever is coming to my mind. So don't quote me outside. It's okay, it's okay. I can still be diplomatic later. So, this ignorance, I think, is a problem not just with me, but with a lot of people in India, abroad, yes, but also in India. A lot of people still don't know. And it is our task to take this message to them. I think Krishna works through us. Krishna worked through Srila Prabhupada. And we are taking his message to the world. And why is this important? Because you see, there are so many problems in this world. There is so much hate. Hate, yes? If you just remove that T and replace it with R, that is what Srila Prabhupada did, na? We say Hare. Right? That is the message we have to take. You bring that T back, it becomes heart. This message completely penetrates through the heart. I don't know what it does. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama. It just soothes all your pains. It just makes you calm and more focused. And I have experienced this firsthand. I'll tell you where my story began, my association with, say, ISKCON. So when a person is ignorant, you take him to a place where he can enrich his knowledge. So I didn't know about my ignorance, so I didn't choose to go to ISKCON. It was always by accident that maybe I was mingling around somewhere. I was in Mumbai studying for this exam and spending my time at Juhu Chowpatty. And then some friend somewhere, he says, "Arey, there is an ISKCON temple, maybe to have prasadam, or I don't know why." He just took me over there. And as with every young person, I was reluctant, as we saw in the theatrical play also. But they took me, and that was the time of the Aarti, and I was completely lost. My connection with Krishna, it was there since the beginning, but it started reinforcing. Now my relationship with Lord, I think it's a very personal affair. The good thing is we celebrate that personal affair and reinforce it. But at the end of the day, I think for me personally, it is very personal. When I was a kid, there used to be a serial, TV serials before the internet age, Ramayana, Mahabharata, those serials used to play, and I used to be fascinated by them. And when they showed the Gita episode, so there was a scene where there are thousands of people on the battlefield, and yet everybody is frozen, and only Krishna is speaking to Arjuna, right? Everybody in the background is frozen. Sometimes I feel I go into that state. Like, I completely don't care who's around me. It's just me and my God. That was the state also during my exam. I'll tell you. In this exam, it's a very tough exam, 3 stages and all. In the first stage itself, there was a point in the exam that I knew I'm not going to clear it. And I only had one attempt. I had decided I'm going to take it once, and if I cannot clear it, I'll just leave it. I was happy as a doctor. I'll continue that. Maybe that's what God wanted. Right in the middle of the exam, I realized that I am not going to clear it. This is just too tough, right? But then, one thing that my understanding of Krishna, very little, it's just consider as if Murari is speaking, okay. My understanding of Krishna is that you have to fight your own battles. Krishna is always there with you, provided we fight our own battles. He is omnipotent. I mean, it would have taken him fraction of a second to just end the whole thing, give us the crux of everything, and that's done. But he wants us to experience. He wants me to fight my battles. My battles are no one else's business. I have to choose my path. I chose my path. There I was sitting, and this was my battle. So I couldn't give it up. I started, solving whatever I could. And then there was a moment where I took Lord's name and I randomly, where you mark those multiple choice questions, I just marked it. Anyways, I'm going to lose it, no? So I did my best and I left the rest to God. And guess what? After the exam, I called my parents. I said, nahi hoga. I'm not going to clear it. Okay? My parents were okay with it. The next day I realized somehow I just crossed the border, I passed that particular exam. And then the next exams, things kept happening where I realized that there is some force that is helping me, that is pushing me. Otherwise, it would have been near to impossible. I wouldn't have cleared it. So I feel that connection. And that thing, that personal connect, it helps me everywhere. I don't feel lonely, I don't feel alone, because I think God is there. I don't feel afraid because I think God is there. He's supporting. The only condition is I should stay on the path that He has shown me. And this thing here, Simhachalam, how did this thing happen? So, like I said, it was not by choice. I came to Passau. I had an official work here, official duty, and I completed it. I met the administration, the university and all, and it was Narsimha Jayanti. I don't even know that there is a festival called Narsimha Jayanti. I never celebrated it in my life. I'm sorry, I'm just being honest. Janmastami, yes, but Narsimha Jayanti, no. I've never been to a Narsimha temple in India. In my region, I didn't find any. Krishna temples, yes. ISKCON temples, yes. But that particular day, all thanks to Prabhu Urdhva, my friend, he messages me. He says, oh, you are in Passau. Why don't you visit our Simhachalam temple? And again, with reluctance, there are so many meetings, so many appointments, and why should I go to a temple? But then I thought, okay, let me just reschedule it. Let me just postpone. And this is one question, Swamiji, that always comes to my mind. How do I reconcile my dharma and my bhakti? It is always at odds. My dharma, as in my job, always, wants me to not be truthful all the time, right? That could be one. Or indulge in intoxications. That is very common in, meetings and parties. But that is, and I would be lying if I say I don't completely enjoy it. I would be lying. But at the end of the day, what gives me peace is this. It gave me such peace and bliss that no intoxication can ever be able to give. But this is always at odds with me. And that day also, I was thinking, why do I have to? I can explore Passau more. It's a beautiful place. Why do I have to go to a temple? But luckily I came here. I met Gaur Mohan Prabhu. And he was kind enough to show us around, and he was so sweet. I met Narhari Mataji. She's so loving. I promised her I'll come back. I was so touched. And I was here just for a couple of hours. I made a video of that trip, and I've posted it just now, a couple of days back, on my YouTube channel. You should watch it and be my subscribers. But the point is, I was so touched that I had to come back. So this Janmashtami, I decided that I am going to come back, and I am here. Before coming, I had requested, I didn't want to come as a diplomat or as a representative of the government. It puts pressure, you know. When I go home, I don't go there as a diplomat. I don't expect my parents to treat me like an Indian officer, you know. Today, Anand Krishna Prabhu was talking about Madhurya Ras, right? If I'm not wrong. So it's something like that. We don't want those stresses around, when we just want that love. So I wanted to come here just as a bhakt. Anonymity has its own advantages. You can just lie around somewhere in the corner and enjoy and then leave. Nobody notices. You're happy. You have had the experience. But I think Krishna has not brought me this far to be anonymous. I have a task. I have a role to play. And I realized that. Today we also met the Honorable Mayor, and I represented my own home to him. And I think I can't guarantee success in anything. But as Krishna says, karmanyevadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana. We will keep trying. Whatever is in my hand, in whichever way I can help, I'll do it. And not as a favor, not as an officer, but as a part of this family. Because I believe in this mission, because I believe that it is bringing peace to people. If it can bring peace to my heart, you know, at a time when I was depressed, stressed, countless number of times I have heard the kirtans on YouTube. And it helped me. It kept me positive during those times. Many students commit suicides. You see the youth these days, you know. Raman Prabhu, you were talking about the trip to the moon. Many youngsters are taking trips to the moon. Rather, we should inform them to take a trip to Simhachalam. That's more blissful, right? But this is the message we have to take to these guys. So that's, in short, my story, how I got associated, how I came here, and how this place, you know, sort of owned me. With power, with position, you can earn respect. You can command respect, but you cannot command love. It just comes out of pure, you know, good vibes. If people don't get good vibes from you, you will feel it. You can't fake it, you know, no matter how brilliant diplomat you are. The vibes never lie. So I think that is what I got from you all. I got the love and affection. Before concluding, I'd just tell you what the government has in its mind. The government now is very positive. It is trying to promote a lot of our culture, our spirituality, Sanskrit language. I mean, the predisposition is very favorable. And it is our job to take it forward. We are the foot soldiers. That is what we are trying to do. Time and again, the motto of the ministry of the government is, sorry, I am talking very official, everybody got serious suddenly. But the actual motto is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. And that's the motto also of ISKCON. I mean, in the past 2-3 days, I've met people from all over the world. I met a Mataji from Kazakhstan. I met someone from Russia. I met someone from Brazil. I mean, how is that possible? Srila Prabhupada. If today you choose any person, any boy, any girl, and you tell him with all modern means, at this young age, you are supposed to do, hypothetically, you are supposed to do what His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada did, they would laugh. But it's unimaginable. I think it's through Krishna that such things happen. And the least we can do is to take this message to people, to inform them. So, I'm again thankful to all of you for tolerating me, for listening, and for helping me heal myself. A few experiences, I just take 2 more minutes. I'll narrate a few experiences of the past couple of days. Prabhu took me for picking flowers. Yeah? I would never do that in my career. Trust me. But in those moments, I realized no matter how small the task, when you are doing it for a purpose, when you are doing it for Krishna, it is not small. There were so many flowers, those small marigold flowers, so many of them, and I was still confused which one to choose because I had to choose it for Krishna. You have to choose the right ones, right? So I was still confused. So even those small tasks, but it was so fulfilling. I tried so much, the bucket was not filling at all. I mean, not even 10%. But it was still very fulfilling. And I was very happy. In the end, I asked Prabhuji to take me to the larger flowers so that I get some satisfaction. But that's how it was. Hasti Gopal Prabhu, he took us to the cows. I mean, that was one divine experience for me. I come from a very small town in India. Most of you may not have heard of it. It's called Nanded. And my grandparents, they were all farmers. They came from a village. So as a kid, I saw, all the cows and everything. We had a big house with cows and all. But now, as time passed, when I go back now, it's all a concrete jungle, the village. India is changing, which is good. But some things we are losing. And I got connected with my roots here, which was so beautiful. I mean, when I go back, I'll tell my friends, at ISKCON temple, I had the best moments with Priya and Surabhi. Let them guess who Priya and Surabhi are. Those cows were beautiful. I mean, it was so peaceful for me, just being with them. Just observing them from a distance was peaceful. Then when we went close, I spent time with them, touched them. I was not afraid, frankly. I was loving it, absolutely. And it was as if we understand each other. I think this connection, more and more people should experience this. I'm really thankful for this. And after saying all of this, I would love to stay back here and to keep enjoying this, be in this blissful state. But that is not my dharma. That is not the job that Krishna has laid down for me. I am here to recharge my batteries and then to go back and to fulfill my task, which is 500 million people are still waiting. They are sleeping hungry, wanting for someone to come and feed them. ISKCON does that to a large number of people. That is also my task. I work for the government. I work for the people over there. You all love India. But all this spiritual wealth had come at a time when India had abundance. When the पेट भरा होता है ना, तब spirituality ज़्यादा निकलती है. When your tummy is satisfied, then maybe you can think of higher things. Not everybody can, go to that state with a hungry stomach. And 500 million Indians still want our help, our support. And I am here on that mission. If my intentions were not right, if I had some wrong intentions in my mind, say fame, money and all, as a doctor I could have earned it. But because I think my willpower to help those people was strong, Krishna got me here. And that is, I think, my dharma. I have to go back and I have to perform so that I put bread in other people's plates. There are many students waiting over there who don't have opportunities, who don't even know things. We are trying to inform them about the opportunities here so that they come, they become empowered, they go back and they help. Because we all need a strong India. You are not unaware of the things happening in the world. So much aggression. Our neighboring countries, how they are treating, not just India, but the other countries as well. We don't need nuclear bombs. They don't need nuclear bombs. If they adopt Hare Krishna mantra, they would stop being so aggressive. But they won't do that. But at least my job is cut out. I have to help those people. And in order to do that, I need to be spiritually strong. And one last point I'll make here is, Hasti Gopal Prabhu said a very beautiful line, which will stay with me. I asked him, what makes you take care of these cows? Why are you so dedicated? Why are you taking care of all these cows? And he just smilingly said, I don't take care of the cows take care of me. They heal the wounds of city life, which is so true. So I'll go back, I'll fight my battles, and when my soul gets wounded, I'll come back. I'll come back here to Simhachalam. Tomorrow when I'll be leaving with a heavy heart, while going to Munich, I'll not be going home, I'll be going away from home. And I promise I'll come back, and hopefully we'll have more good time together. Thank you. I thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Swamiji, Prabhus, Matajis, everyone, I thank you sincerely. I would say that I am not as spiritually blessed. I have my own vices and I have my own karmas, but still I feel blessed when I am with Krishna. Thank you for introducing me back to my culture, my spirituality, my roots, and for bringing back Krishna in my life. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. Very, very grateful. We are certainly looking forward to have you back again here. We hope that it all works out for Govardhan Puja. So that's our next plan, at least, that we meet again for Govardhan Puja Diwali. That would be really amazing. Thank you very much. I really feel like we are family even within 2 days, 3 days. I feel like I have a new brother. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. So now I would like to ask Kripa Sindhu Prabhu to take center stage and enlighten us on some kirtan and some Sankirtan Katha. He was talking about spreading the message. So our Kripa Sindhu Prabhu is actually one of the most passionate devotees about really going out to this, like he was doing in the theater. That's his real life. He's always out there trying to spread the message directly in the form of books, the valuable books we got from Srila Prabhupada. So we always like to hear from his deep felt conviction and experience. So thank you very much. We'll set up the Vyasasana and then you can start with some kirtan and lecture. Thank you very much. Kripa Sindhu Prabhu ki jai. Gaura Bhaktarinda ki jai. Shri Krishna Janmastami Maha Mahotsava ki jai.
Was? Soll ich die machen? Nee, unbedingt, aber die kommt ja hier rein. Wir müssen praktisch die spanische Wand aufbauen.
Ja, das können wir machen, das alles hier.
Okay, ist gut. Okay. Ich möchte die aufhängen, aber ich kann vielleicht jetzt ein Auto zumachen und schon mal das Ding aufhängen. Ich habe das schon ausprobiert.
Okay, cool.
Oder?
Genau.
Ja.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Shri Radhika Giridhari ki Jai. First of all, thank you. Thank you for this very nice speech. And thank you for getting known to you, actually. have this opportunity. Just to shortly introduce, my name is Kripa Sindhu Das. I live here in Simhachalam for 10 years, nearly 10 years. But my main, service is not here, but is there out on the street. My main service is to distribute Srila Prabhupada's books in the streets of Germany and German-speaking area here, which means Austria, Germany, and Switzerland. And one very interesting point which you made in this speech was that actually Krishna, you mentioned, could do anything, but he wants us to fight. And I want to use this point, which was made as a connection or a bridge, to the main topic of today, which is the wonderful, auspicious appearance day of Lord Shri Krishna. Janmastami ki jai. And exactly, it is in detail described by Srila Prabhupada in one of his books, namely the 10th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. And in the first chapter, verse number 53, it is said, Prasanna vadamam bhojo, nirsangsam nirapatrapam, manasa duyamanena, vihasan idam apravid. Shri Radhika Giritari ki. Translation. Vasudeva's mind was full of anxiety because his wife was facing danger. But in order to please the cruel, shameless, and sinful Kamsa, he externally smiled and spoke to him as follows. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. Sometimes one must act duplicitously in a dangerous position, as Vasudeva did, to save his wife. The material world is complicated, and to execute one's duties, one cannot avoid adopting such diplomacy. Vasudeva did everything possible to save his wife for the sake of begetting Krishna. This indicates that one may act duplicitously for the purpose of saving Krishna and his interests. According to the arrangement already foretold, Krishna was to appear through Vasudeva and Devaki to kill Kamsa. Vasudeva therefore had to do everything to save the situation. Although all the events were pre-arranged by Krishna, a devotee must try his best to serve the purpose of Krishna. Krishna himself is all-powerful, but it is not that a devotee should therefore sit idly and leave everything to him. This instruction is also found in Bhagavad Gita. Although Krishna was doing everything for Arjuna, Arjuna never sat down idly as a non-violent gentleman. Rather, he tried his best to fight the battle and be victorious. So, we have to fight. As you said, we have to fight our own battle, and we have the best example of fighting a devotee. Srila Prabhupada spent 10 years at least constantly traveling and preaching this knowledge of Krishna consciousness, and it was an intense fight. We hear that there were great obstacles from materialistic persons who did not agree with the philosophical point that Krishna is the owner of everything, as we heard today. Bhaktaram Yagatapasam Sarvalakam Maheshwaram. But Prabhupada never gave up, and he lived this. He was fighting and fighting and fighting. And in this section of the Srimad Bhagavatam, Srila Prabhupada reveals to us actually a confidential mood which he experiences during this fight. And this mood or feeling is fear. Because Srila Prabhupada explains that as Krishna appeared in the womb of Devaki, it means that Devaki is the representative of bhakti, because Krishna can only be known through bhakti. And when Devaki was intensely afraid of Kamsa, this fear caused that her first 6 sons or children were killed, who represent madness, illusion, anger, greed, craziness, madness. Only when these obstacles are gone, then there can be made an arrangement for Krishna's appearing. And as Devaki was afraid and had a feeling of fear, similarly she was afraid of Kamsa when finally then Krishna appeared as the 8th child. And he appeared not as a baby, he appeared in his form as Vishnu, beautifully decorated with the most valuable Kaustuba jewel, which we are informed in the Srimad Bhagavatam is only to be found in the Vaikuntha. And in this form, when he was standing there, Devaki prayed, "My dear child," she said, "my dear child, please turn into the form of a baby, because I'm afraid Kamsa may come and do harm to you. Please save me, please turn into a form of a baby." So, and then Srila Prabhupada describes, as Devaki was actually afraid and in fear that somebody could do harm to Krishna, although we know no one can do harm to Krishna, because Krishna is no one else than the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He's not an ordinary child, and his appearance was not at all ordinary. We call this day Janmastami, which means Ashta, 8, the 8th day after full moon. But at that time, 5,000 years ago, when Krishna appeared, we get the information in the scriptures that at that day there was full moon. So how is it possible? It's possible because the moon was in such an happiness that Krishna appeared in the dynasty of the moon, that on that day it became a full moon. And all the other stars also got into their auspicious constellations. It is said it is the constellation of Rohini, which is very auspicious. So that is very auspicious time, in the middle of the night, midnight, Krishna appeared. And in great fear, Devaki would pray, please don't allow Kamsa to harm you. And also Vasudeva, then he made plans. He thought, please turn into a baby, and then we can hide you somewhere. So as Prabhupada did never give up this fighting of giving this Krishna consciousness to others, we also see that Vasudeva, as a great devotee, under no circumstances would give up to fight for Krishna, even in a prison. And the same fear, Srila Prabhupada, he describes, sometimes also we fear, he says, that the demons could do harm to this movement. So as Devaki, she saw Krishna as her child, we see that Srila Prabhupada, he sees this movement like as his child. He wants to protect it. He wants to take care of it. He wants to see that devotees are properly situated, especially on a philosophical part. And therefore we got all these wonderful books of Srila Prabhupada. And this place is special because Narasimhadev is here reciting as the only deity of Narasimhadev in whole Europe. And I would like to share with you an interesting experience which I had in the recent days on the street. I met an elderly person who was around 60 years old, And he saw me with the books and immediately started with me talking. And then he told me it was 1982. And actually that was the year when Narasimhadev got installed here. When he came from India with a ship to Hamburg, and then from Hamburg he came to here, to the south of Germany. And then 1982, in a very astonishing and amazing celebration with many devotees who were here, also from India, Narasimhadev was installed. And on that year, the Sankirtan devotees made a special print. They distributed and printed especially the 7th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, which contains the pastimes of Lord Narasimhadev. So they were distributing this book in masses in Germany. And he told me it was in 1982, when I was a student, a monk like you, and he was completely dressed in orange. He came to me and he gave me the 7th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. So he got it in 1982. And he said, then 20 or 30 years, it was just standing there in the bookshelf. And then, after all the time, I took it and I read it. And then he mentioned to me, it is the story of Hiranyakashipu and Narasimhadev. And then he explained to me what he is doing nowadays. The times have changed. What he is doing nowadays is he's watching YouTube videos. And he's watching YouTube videos of a very interesting monk from South India. And he said, but just now I cannot remember his name. And then anyway, he took the biography of Srila Prabhupada, he went his way, and then after some minutes he tapped me on the shoulder. He was there again, and he looked at his mobile phone, and he saw, no, I found his name, it's this name. And now after 30 years, he is watching YouTube videos from His Holiness Bhakti Vikas Swami and getting into the philosophy of Krishna consciousness, and is very interested after 30 years. And it's amazing to meet such people who have such an interesting story, which shows us that if Krishna wants to go somewhere, then he wants to go there, and then he doesn't leave anymore. If Krishna decides he wants to go somewhere, then he wants to go there, and there he stays. And on the other side also, if Krishna decides he does not want to go anywhere, then he does not go there. He doesn't want to go there. So many, many people are there who are ready for Krishna, and many, many people every day when I'm on the street and I approach people, many, many people give me this feeling that they are looking for Krishna, and they are looking for a person who is offering them Krishna. And every day is so valuable, and every day there is a very interesting experience, and every day there are interesting people from all over the world who take Krishna with them in form of these books. So this was one thing I wanted to share with you. But for us today, because this is a very auspicious day, and it's for every one of us very auspicious to be here. And also there are a few people who are here for the very first time. So what are we really looking for is a spiritual experience, as we heard, a spiritual taste, to get a higher taste in life in order to be able to give up something inferior. And in order to be able to get this experience, to get this taste, to get this spiritual experience, to get this experience in Krishna consciousness, which we want to share with everyone. We want to share with everyone not knowledge, we don't want to share that we know something better, We don't want to show you that we know something better. We want to really give you the opportunity to have an experience of God. And India has such a great treasure that it gives us very detailed information of God, how he looks like, how he lives like, how he appears, when he appears, at what time he appears. And these things are not material. These are not on an ordinary platform. These appearance of Krishna, which we are remembering today and celebrating today, is completely transcendental, out of this world. And similarly, we have the opportunity on this day to make a complete transcendental experience. But in order to be able to have this, we have to have one thing. We have to have the great desire, the sincerity, that I believe in it, that God is there and he is in our heart and he could do anything. He could do anything. Everything is possible for God. But he wants me to fight for something particular which is meant for me. So therefore I have to have this desire, the sincerity, and I have to be free from nishkinchana. We are looking today for a spiritual experience and seriously pray to Krishna to somehow help us towards him, to a serious experience in spiritual life. And because this is the place of Narasimhadev, I would like to share with you this very important prayer, which we also could today use here in front of the Lord. It says that, my dear Lord Narasimhadev, best amongst those who are giving benedictions, if there is any benediction which you want to give to me, please let there be no more material desires within my heart. Please remove the material desires. And Krishna, please be merciful today to me. Please give me a little bit nectar. Please give me the nectar of your qualities, of your personality. And this is for everyone possible to experience in this age of Kali Yuga, for everyone, no matter where he comes from, what he has in his background, simply by chanting the holy name of the Lord. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So fear, there is also fear in a spiritual platform. And just recently, a friend from mine, which I visit on Sankirtan, he told me a few days ago there was Balaram's appearance day. And he told me, Balaram, I'm not so sure about. I don't know Balaram so much. Even there is a little bit fear. I don't know. Because if you read about the pastimes of Balaram, he did quite some violent, amazing things. Therefore, he's called Bala. He's very strong. And he gives us spiritual strength. But Krishna, it's not like this. Krishna is our sweet Lord. With Krishna, we have the best opportunity to have a loving exchange, Srila Prabhupada writes. So that is what Krishna really makes to the Supreme Lord. He makes him to the Lord of the heart. He is so sweet that he conquers us with love. And we are also meant to conquer God. The revolutionary thing on this movement is that we are not trying to realize God as the Supreme Lord, but what we are trying here, and especially today is the day where we should all pray for this. Today, we are trying here to conquer Krishna with love, so that Krishna agrees to become the child of a devotee. As there is only one mother he has. As we all have one mother, also Krishna has one mother. Mother Yashoda is the only mother. Devaki is the mother where he appeared. But the rasa, this pure rasa, which he has with his parents, he has only one couple of parents. But we all can have this this exchange with God, this really amazing love with Krishna, which he is really looking for. So if there is one thing we should pray today and use, every one of us who is here, let us use this day today to take a few minutes, maybe in front of the altar, and pray to Krishna and ask Krishna for this taste and to help us to become free in our hearts from these obstacles and from these material desires which we have, and to experience something of his greatness and ecstasy which is available. And this is what we really want to give to people, what we really want to share to people, what we really want to give to this world. And we understand automatically when we give this to the world and we want to share this to the world, automatically everything will be there. Everything else will be there. Therefore, Krishna is the absolute truth. If you connect yourself with Krishna, then everything else which is needed automatically will be there. There is no scarcity in this world. There is no scarcity of anything in this world. The only scarcity is in God consciousness. In serious people who are people who are really believing in God and really want to love him and nothing else. And this is a very pure motive. And this motive is what is convincing others. This is what is authentic, this pure motive. And this is especially very much to be able to experience when you give it to others, when you approach people on the street, when you talk to new people. Like today, we have a few people who are new here because yesterday, the day before yesterday, we went to a festival near here, and there we also chanted Hare Krishna with them, and we also gave them food, which is offered to Krishna. And they became convinced, and therefore they decided today to come here. 40 kilometers, some of them even driving with the bicycle. And this is a pilgrimage. This is another small thing. This is wonderful. We thank you very much that you came here. And we can together with you sing the name of Krishna and talk to you a little bit about the philosophy of this wonderful philosophy of Krishna consciousness, which is very deep, and hopefully see you also in the future here or in another Krishna temple, wherever you may come from. In this way, I also would like to ask you for your blessings and well wishes that I can continue in my service to the Lord here in Simhachalam, in this congregation, in this society of devotees, and under the guidance of Srila Prabhupada. Excuse me for the length, and thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Sankirtanya ki jai, Janmastami ki jai, Hare Krishna.
So we'll continue now with a short kirtan. Nanda Krishna will make a transition, and then we will hear from His Grace Akila Prabhu, our senior most devotee here, disciple of Srila Prabhupada. He will sing some kirtan and enlighten us with some realizations about Janmastami. And then we will lead towards the final big kirtan. We'll have the final darshan at 11:45, and then prasadam. Lots of prasadam. I don't know if we've managed 108 preparations, but pretty close to 108 preparations were prepared. I counted at least 60. So a lot of prasadams prepared.
Joy.
Hare Krishna Janmastami Maha Mahotsava ki
Jai. Madanga. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gauranga. Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo. Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Gauranga. Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jai Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Jaya. Jai Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol, Nitai Gaura. Srila Prabhupada Ki, Nitai Gaur Premanande.
Hari Hari Bol. Thank you very much, Ananda Krishna Prabhu. So now we would like to invite His Grace Akila Prabhu for our last kirtan and lecture section before the final kirtan. I'll just say a few words about him before until he arrives. Akila Prabhu, he joined a long time ago the Krishna conscious movement. We were not born even. And he already was active in Krishna consciousness. In the 70s, he actually met Srila Prabhupada. Most of us, didn't have the chance to actually meet Srila Prabhupada directly. And he has been a part of this community since the very, very beginning. So he has seen all the successes and setbacks we have gone through. So we're very happy that he is still here, still going strong. Yes, looking forward to his... Still no. Thank you very much. Akila Prabhu ki jai.
To thank Ananda Krishna Prabhu, he did the kirtan, so there's not much time. Nice melody, I can't play harmonium. What's the use? Ja, okay. Ja, danke. Was ihr festmacht, das ist nicht so. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Uma Gyanti Mirandasya Gananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militang Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. First, I'd like to read one verse, famous verse from the Bhagavad Gita, describing the appearance of Lord Krishna, the nature of Lord Krishna's appearance. Ajopi san avyayatma bhutanang ishvaropi san prakriting swam hadishtaya sambhavami atma mayaya. Although I am unborn and my transcendental body never deteriorates, and although I am the Lord of all living entities, I still appear in every millennium in my original transcendental form. The the important point in this verse, my opinion, is that Krishna confirms that he appears in his original transcendental form. The Mayavadis argue Brahman is only Brahman, the white light, is the absolute truth. And when Krishna appears, he takes on the body, a material body, and the mode of goodness still material. But Krishna states here that he appears in his original transcendental form. So, whom do we believe? Krishna or Samayavadi? We believe Krishna. Krishna appeared in his own spiritual form. I copied some quotes from the Krishna book, which part of it was already quoted by Maharaj, but it is it is so nice. At the time of Krishna's birth, the planetary systems were automatically adjusted so that everything became auspicious. At that time, in all directions, east, west, south, north, everywhere, there was an atmosphere of peace and prosperity. There were auspicious stars visible in the sky, and on the surface of the earth, in all towns and villages and pasturing grounds, and within the minds of everyone, there were signs of good fortune. The rivers were flowing full of waters, and lakes were beautifully decorated with lotus flowers. The forests were full with beautiful birds and peacocks. All the birds within the forests began to sing with sweet voices, and the peacocks began to dance along with their concerts. The wind blew very pleasantly, carrying the aroma of different flowers, and the sensation of bodily touch was very pleasing. In the afternoon, there was one very auspicious occasion. It is called Divya Snana, a divine bath. The sun was shining, and there was some water sprinkling from the sky. Sun and rain simultaneous. That's very auspicious. And the Krishna book goes on. The great sages and the demigods, being pleased, began to shower flowers. At the seashore there was the sound of mild waves, and above the sea there were clouds in the sky, which began to thunder very pleasingly. When things were adjusted like this, Lord Vishnu, who was residing within the heart of every living entity, appeared in the darkness of night as the Supreme Personality of Godhead before Devaki, who appeared as one of the demigoddesses. The appearance of Lord Vishnu at that time could be compared to the rising of the full moon over the eastern horizon. The objection may be raised that since Lord Krishna appeared on the 8th day of the waning moon, there could be no rising of the full moon. In answer to this, it may be said that Lord Krishna appeared in the dynasty which is the hierarchy of the moon. Therefore, although the moon was incomplete on that night, because of the Lord's appearance in the dynasty wherein the moon is himself the original person, the moon was in an overjoyous condition, so that by the grace of Krishna he could appear just like a full moon. Vasudeva saw that wonderful child born as a baby with 4 hands, holding conch shell, club, disc and lotus flower, decorated with the mark of Srivatsa, wearing the jeweled necklace of Kaustuba stone, dressed in yellow silk appearing dazzling like a bright blackish cloud, wearing a helmet bedecked with the Vaidurya stone, valuable bracelets, earrings, and similar other ornaments all over his body, and an abundance of hair on his head. Due to the extraordinary features of the child, Vasudeva was struck with wonder. How could a newly born child be so decorated? He could therefore understand that Lord Krishna had now appeared, and he became overpowered by the occasion. Vasudeva very humbly wondered that although he was an ordinary living entity, conditioned by material nature and was externally imprisoned by Kamsa, the all-pervading personality of Godhead, Vishnu or Krishna, was appearing as a child in his home, exactly in his original position. No earthly child is born with 4 hands, decorated with ornaments and nice clothing, fully equipped with all the signs of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Over and over again, Vasudeva glanced at his child, and he considered how to celebrate this auspicious moment. Generally, when a male child is born, he thought, people observe the occasion with jubilant celebrations, and in my home, although I am imprisoned, the Supreme Personality of Godhead has taken birth. How many millions of times should I be prepared to observe this auspicious ceremony? The time is very limited, so I quote, here's another nice verse from the Bhagavatam. Anugrahaya bhaktana manusham deham astita bhajate tadrishi krida yachrutvapat tat paro bhavet. When the Lord assumes a human-like body to show mercy to his devotees, he engages in such pastimes as will attract those who hear about them to become dedicated to him. So Krishna appears especially to perform these pastimes, as it is said in this verse, that will attract the minds of those who hear, who see or who hear about these pastimes. Krishna is the father of all living entity. Sava yunishu kauntiya murtiya rasam brahmavti ahang bija prada pida. Krishna says, I'm the seed-giving father of each and every living entity. We, the soul, we are incarcerated in this body. We are living in this body, and we sometimes, when we are in illusion, we identify with this body, but this body, like Paul writes in one Gita purport, this body will last for a few more days, maybe decades, some years, but then it is destined to die. But the soul is eternal. So therefore, the soul is much more important than the body. We have the choice to care for the body or for the soul. Mm-hmm. Yes, here are so many of us who have chosen not to take the body so serious anymore. Mm-hmm. To also show externally the the attitude of not taking overly care for the body. Just, although that may be shocking for others, growing hair, having dreadlocks and things, but this morning I heard a class, or was it yesterday? Srila Prabhupada said he was talking to an Indian audience, and he said, yes, these hippies, they are very much detached from wealth, from the bodily concept, and they are searching for something higher, for something different from the different from the values of modern society, which is only engaged in producing and consuming, which is boring after all. When I would be in your age, I also would have been on this rainbow, I guess. But by Krishna's mercy, we have come in contact with Krishna consciousness. And yes, I started chanting when I did my civil service. Didn't want to go to the army. Didn't want to, because I didn't want to cut my hair. So I did my civil service, and that was so boring. I wrote a friend who invited me. He was already living in a temple. I visited him, started chanting. After 2 years, I met the devotees, and 1975. Actually, that was special, but as I said, I did my civil service. After that, I was staying in the place where I did this service, and I was chanting. One day, I heard an inner voice of one devotee, whom everybody adored at that time, Hansadutta Swami. He left the body some year ago. And I heard this voice, now let's see what he really does. And I took a comb with a knife. I had this. And I started cutting off my hair. And I left just a small sika in the back. And I had 2 mirrors. And next morning I went down to the city center to look for some job. And I come around one corner, and there's one book distributor. Next morning, one book distributor. And he was astonished. Where do you come from? I had my head shaved and a bead bag, and he got his book, his Sankirtan leader, and the next weekend they took me to the temple, and I stayed there. 1975, yes. And Srila Prabhupada's mercy brought all of us here to give us this unique gift of Krishna consciousness, which is the ultimate alternative. How can you shock people more than with going out with a dhoti? One of you already has a dhoti, but we're not into this. We don't do it because of this. Prabhupada said our devotional appearance is meant to remember the people of Krishna. Some say, oh no, the Hare Krishnas again. Or others appreciate. More and more people appreciate Krishna consciousness. And Prabhupada said, in the beginning, the people, they will hate us. But by and by, I joined at that time, and still I'm somehow traumatized. Purushottama Prabhu, maybe you also remember. At that time, the Hare Krishna movement was in all the newspapers. They sued us. They brought us before the court, and all these stupid newspapers, Stern, Bild, they made a huge scandal out of it. Hare Krishna sect commits fraud in collecting money under false claims. They sued us, but it came out that all of this was just false accusations, and they couldn't do anything to us. But at that time, it was Krishna consciousness appeared a little different. Nowadays, people more and more appreciate the movement, and Srila Prabhupada, he will be very pleased to see this, that in public the movement is more and more appreciated. And in Russia, many thousand devotees are there. In India, Narendra Modi, the president of India, he several times he came to the temple, gave an inauguration speech. Some time ago, devotees published the biggest Bhagavad Gita on earth. It's like from this up to the ceiling. It's huge. They invited Narendra Modi, and immediately he came, gave a speech about this greatest Bhagavad Gita on earth. Devotees appreciated it very much. This movement is taking more, is getting more and more famous, more and more accepted in this world. And this is Krishna's plan. Slowly, Prabhupada said, going in like a needle, coming out like a plow. That's preaching, like Kripa Sindhu does so expertly. Going in like a needle. Oh, I think it's stupid, but somehow, are you from here? And the people, yes, can I? And then the book. Oh, okay. This poor, how do I say? This poor boy living in this, he's running around for the sects. I give him a few euro here. Okay, I take this book. Then they take it home, maybe, and if they're completely bored, they open the book and they read a little, and then they understand. If they're a little intelligent, they understand that how serious and how important these books are. That was so nicely shown by this play of Ramananda. Krishna's pastimes are all attractive. Krishna appeared, but Krishna said that after he would have gone, the Srimad Bhagavatam, Krishna Svadamopagati, no? The Srimad Bhagavatam will rise like the sun and give light to the illusioned human society. People have no knowledge. What do you learn in school? You become trained just to be able to perform some activity with which you can maintain your body. But which values are given there? No real values. Not really. Real values are given here. The reality, the values that count, that will help one to become free from stress. One devotee, Navina Nirda, is famous from Switzerland. He is very expert. He goes to the people, slaps them on the shoulders. So, this book, Anti-Stress Literature. Are you in stress also sometimes? And yes, okay, take it with you. Give something, please. No coins. I got bad knees. So this is really anti-stress literature. When we read the books, when we practice Krishna consciousness, all our miseries in life disappear. We get the association of Krishna, who is ever blissful, who is eternal, full of knowledge, full of bliss. And this process reawakens our real identity. We become conscious. When we chant Hare Krishna, the first realization is that we're not this body. We become conscious that we are living in the soul. That we're living in this body, like a bird in a cage, like a driver in the car. We are living in this body. And by this process, we realize, we feel, we perceive our personality, our real self, which is so different from this body, which is destined to die. My body is 70 now. It's time to get serious. Won't last much longer. And also, if you're young, who knows? Who knows how long we stay? How long this body will be there? So, let's use the body to make the best use of a bad bargain. We have fallen into this world. We are walking around in these bodies. Like Maharaj said, they are like prisoners' outfits. The material body is a sign that we are in the bad part of the creation, that we are in the material part, because somehow we developed this idea that why is Krishna in the center? Why not me? I want to be also the controller. Like small children, and so now here we are in this material world. Bhaktisiddhanta Maharaj said this material world is like a stool pit. It's not a place for a gentleman. And we use our body to accept the gift of Srila Prabhupada, Krishna's gift, and practice Krishna consciousness as far as we can, as intense as we can. Chant Hare Krishna, and we realize our real self, our real nature, which is so different from this miserable body. Yesterday I felt my knee, heavy pain, hairs falling out, eyes getting bad, the hearing is getting less, teeth are finished, digestion and so on, high blood pressure. This body is not is not meant for pleasure. Now, in the Bible it is said, die Erde ist ein Jammertal. This earth is a place meant for suffering. Krishna says life is temporary and suffering. Buddha says Leben heißt Leiden. Living means suffering. They all say this. What does this concern? It means the body. The living in this material world is suffering. But if we accept Krishna consciousness, Jesus said, the kingdom of God, das Himmelreich ist innen. The kingdom of God is within. What does it mean? The kingdom of God is within. It means when we start to realize that we are living in the body, a spiritual being, a part and parcel of Krishna, then that is the kingdom. That's at the spiritual kingdom. Then we prepared to go back to Godhead. Prabhupada's first publication was a magazine which he produced himself in India under very poverty-stricken conditions. Just a few pages of paper. Back to Godhead, Prabhupada called. That was entitled this magazine, Back to Godhead. That's the motto of this movement, to bring us back to Godhead, to bring us back to Krishna, who is just waiting for us, coming here to charm us, to show us his wonderful pastime, to reveal his wonderful loving nature. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Yajantihi sumedasha, somebody who is intelligent, he accepts this movement. He accepts this process, which is so easy. We just chant Hare Krishna and chant Krishna's names, and Krishna is not different from his name. We get purified from all our misconceptions. Slowly, we make spiritual progress. And we please Krishna and we please everybody else by accepting this process. So, are there any questions, inspirations? Okay, we go on with Kirtan. And very soon, in 15 minutes, we will celebrate Krishna's appearance. Hare Krishna.
Kila Prabhu K. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Ranga. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gauranga. Haribol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gauranga. Jai Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo Gauranga. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Haribol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gora, Gora, Chief Chago, Haribo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Goranga. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Haribol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Haribol. Gora. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Goranga. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gita Gopramananda Haribo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Haribol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Goranga. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo Nitya Gopavanadevo Jai Prabhupada. Go, go, go! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Goranga. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Goranga. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Ranga. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Srila Prabhupada Ki Shri Krishna Janmastami Mahamahotsava Ki Nitai Gaur Premananda Hari 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 Bol Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh Ranga. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Govinda, Radha Govinda, Radha Govinda, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radhika Giri Gari, Radhika Giri Rari, Radhika Giri Rari, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radhika Giri Rari, Radhika Giri Rari, Radhika Giri Rari, Shri Radhe. Jaya Gaura Netai, Jaya Gaura Netai, Jaya Gaura Netai, Jaya Gaura Netai. Jaya Gaura Netai, Gaura Netai, Gaura Netai, Jaya Gaura Netai. Jai Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai 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 Prabhupada. Gaurari bol, Hare bol, Hare bol, Nitai Gaurari bol. Nitai Gaurari bol, Hare bol, Hare bol, Nitai Gaurari bol. Gauranga, Gauranga. Prabhupada. Radhe. Namaste Narasimhaya. Jai Namaste Narasimhaya. Pralada Lada Dayini. Jai Pralada Lada Dayini. Hiranyakashipu Vaksha. Hiranyakashipu Vaksha. Shiva Tankana Kalayu. Jai Sinha. Shiva Tankana Kalayu. Hiton Risinga Paraton Risingo. Eton Risinga Paraton Risingo. Yato Yato Yamita Ton Risinga. Yato Yato Yamita Ton Risinga. Yene singare, ba yene singo, da yene singo, ba yene singo, da yene singo. Nara singa madam sharanam prapari. Nara singa madam sharanam prapari. Tabakara Kamala Varenaka Aputa Shringa Dalita Hiranya Kashipu Tanu Bringam Kesaba Pita Narare Rupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Tabakara Kamala Varenaka Abhuta Shinga Dalita Hiranyakashipu Jai Singare Kesava Gita Shahare Jai Jagadish Tabakara Kamala Varenaka Abhuta Shinga Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanu Bringam Keshabateto Narahare Rupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Tabakara Kamala Varenaka Abhuta Shinga Dalita Kesaradeto Narare Rupa Jai Jagadish Hare Keshabateto Narare Rupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Kesavadeta Narare Rupa Jai Singha Jai Singha Jai Jai Singha Praladesha Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Bringa Shri Singha Nrsimha Jai Nrsimha Jai Jai Nrsimha Praladesha Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Bringa Shri Nrsimha Jai Nrsimha Jai Jai Nrsimha Praladesha Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Bringa Shri Nrsimha Jai Nrsimha Jai Jai Nrsimha Praladesha Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Bringa Shri Nrsimha Jai Nrsimha Jai Jai Nrsimha Praladesha Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Bringa Shri Nrsimha Jai Nrsimha Jai 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 Nrsimha Praladesha Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Bringa Shri Nrsimha Jai Nrsimha Jai Jai Nrsimha Praladesha Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Bringa Shri Nrsimha Jai Nrsimha Jai Jai Nrsimha Praladesha Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Bringa Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Trita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Trita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Trita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Trita Chandra Jai Go Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Gauranga Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Jaya Radhe Kagere Rare Rare Kagere Rare Rare Kagere Rare Sherare Jaya Rare Kagere Rare Rare Kagere Rare Rare Kagere Rare Sherare Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Shri Radhe. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Wir müssen, ja, ich meine, wir müssen die Matten ausbreiten, oder? Sollen wir die Matten? Shara Shishimat Abhaya Charnarvinda Bhakti Vedanta Sami Maharaj Chila Prabhupada Ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai Harinamacharya Shila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Prem Se Gaur Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai Shri Sri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shyama Kun Radha Kun Giri Govardhan Ki Jai Shri Shri Radhika Giridhari Ki Jai Shri Shri Prahlad Lakshmini Singhadev Ki Jai Shri Krishna Janmastami Maha Mahotsava Ki Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai Mayapuram Ki Jai Ganga Mai Ki Jai Yamuna Mai Ki Jai Tulsi Devi Ki Jai Bhakti Devi Ki Jai Savida Bhaktarinda Ki Jai Gaura Premananda Hari Bol Alle Ehre seien versammeln Gottgeweihten Alle Ehre seien versammeln Gottgeweihten Alle Ehre seien versammeln Gottgeweihten. All glories to Shri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Prabhupada. Sorry, Entschuldigung. Pardon, Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. So we'll chant Prasaram mantra. Mahaprasade Govinde Namo Brahmani Vaishnave Svalpa Punyavatam Rajam Vishwasana Vijayate Sharira Vidyajal Jyotandriya Tahika Jive Pele Vishaya Sagore Taramade Jivayate Lobamai Sudurmate Taketa Kutina Samsare Krishna Boradhoyamoy Koribari Jiva Joy Swaprasadana Dilabai Seyanam Amritapau Radha Krishna Gunagau Premidako Chaitanya Nitai Jainamai Jainitai Shri Shri Radhika Giridhari Mahaprasaram Ki Jai Shri Krishna Janmotsava Ki Jai Shri Krishna Janmastami Ki Jai Nitai Gaura Premanande Hari Bol